curtain opens on match week 29, and we head to the Atlanta Metropolitan. Just 1 week until decision day, and Atlanta United and Chattanooga FC, rivals in the Southeast Division, square off. Atlanta United fighting for their playoff lives. Chattanooga closing in on a top 4 seed. Welcome inside Fifth Third Bank Stadium alongside our Season Pass crew. I'm Jake Griffith. This is a look at our Eastern Conference situation entering match week 29. Chattanooga, they have locked up a playoff spot, currently just on the outside looking in of that top 4. As a reminder, the top 4 seeds will host in the MLS NEXT Pro playoffs. Meanwhile, further down the table, below the cut line is Atlanta United 2, but still alive, entering today 4 points back of Carolina Core. A win today would vault them all the way into sole possession of 9th place in the Eastern Conference table and 1 point shy of that cut line. Atlanta United, they are heating up at the right time. They've won 3 of their last 4 matches. They come into tonight winners of 4 straight at home, and they've really relied heavily on their defense. No more on display than their last fixture, a 1-0 win against Crown Legacy, in which interim manager Jose Silva called their best defensive performance of the season. That man, Jonathan Ransom, he'll get the start again tonight in goal, kept his 2nd clean sheet of 2025, and they really limited Crown Legacy. As for Chattanooga FC, on the heels of a bitter 0-0 draw against Core FC in the Battle of the Independents, they ultimately lost that shootout, but Chattanooga FC are unbeaten in 5 consecutive matches. However, they have never beaten Atlanta United 2. A look at how these sides line up. First for interim manager Jose Silva and Atlanta United 2, rolling with a 3-4-3, 2 personnel changes across this 11. Ryan Carmichael will re-enter the fold, 36 on the right side of your screen in that middle 4. That's crucial for Atlanta United 2. They want to try to control the possession, dominate the middle third against this well-organized Chattanooga team, and Carmichael will help them do that. The 2nd leading chance creator on this Atlanta United 2 roster. For Chattanooga FC and manager Chris Nugent, they counter with a 4-3-3, 2 personnel changes across this 11. Logan Brown steps back into the first 11 on the pitch for the boys in blue. 8th start of the season for 4 there at the bottom of your screen as a part of that back 4. It's been a real stout defensive approach for Chattanooga in 2025. They lead the league in clean sheets thanks to Eldin Jakupovic, tied for the league's lead in saves. One of the stoutest defenses in terms of goals allowed. For Chattanooga FC, just 4 goals conceded over the last 450 minutes of play. Logan Brown will help be a key piece of that back line, lining up against Farid Sarsar next to him, the captain for Chattanooga FC. All set to go here inside Fifth Third Stadium on the campus of Kennesaw State. Abdu Ndiaye, they're clad in yellow. He's our center referee this evening. It's just the 2nd matchup of 2025 between Chattanooga and Atlanta, these 2 regional foes. We'll see a lot of each other over the last few weeks. 2 of the final 3 against each other. The whistle sounds, and we're underway here in match week 29 between Chattanooga and Atlanta United 2. With it, he'll swing it to the back to the captain, Sal Mazzaferro, the Canadian. Atlanta in the black with the red stripes down the front. As for Chattanooga in the white and light blue kits. Atlanta fresh off a win against Crown Legacy, 1-0. A goal in the 12th minute from Patrick Weah, his 5th in the last 7 fixtures. The difference maker in that one. Jonathan Ransom will swing it forward, trying to find Dominic Chongqui on the near side. It is headed out, and Atlanta United 2 will have the throw in. Jonathan Ransom, man in net for Atlanta United, came up big in the 29th minute in that first half against Crown Legacy, stopping the penalty. That throw misses the head of the aforementioned Weah, and it's claimed by Logan Brown. Jakupovic, strong distribution, trying to jumpstart this offense. It's Turner racing down the right-hand channel, and he'll peel this one back. Mangarov Looking for the slip back through. Wanted Tate Robertson. Instead intercepted and transitioning to the attack is Atlanta United. Wiese, options. Still Wiese. Negotiating his way around, trying to play Carmichael through, and does. Centering pass, deflected out by Sarsar, and it's an early corner one by Atlanta United. All spurred along by the run from Gabriel Wiese, the rising star of the month in MLS Next Pro for the month of August. Wiese, in swinging ball, promptly headed down by Sarsar. Balls right to Cooper Sanchez, who re-enters the starting lineup. 16th start of the season for Sanchez. This struck from distance. Santiago Pita goes deflecting off the back of a Chattanooga defender, and it's out for another throw. Rather a corner, that is. Wiese again, drives it to that far post. Well defensively again by Chattanooga. They just can't clear it away though. Wiese able to straddle the stripe. Still Wiese now cutting to the end line and running out of room. Well defended by Chattanooga again. Boys in blue coming off the draw against Carolina Core at home in that independent derby. Chris Nugent, he said defensively he was very pleased with the way they limited the Foxes, not just in the box, but also around it. Already early on, Chattanooga, as we just saw in that last spell of possession and opportunity, picking right up where they left off. Back on the attack again, it's Chong Kui on the left and Atlanta United. They'll cut it inside. There's way up. Minnesota United man. Sanchez swings it over on the switching pass, and Atlanta on the front foot early. A bright start here for the 17s. Carmichael still carving his way in. Now driven toward Jakupovic, and it's picked up by Eldin Jakupovic for his first save of the evening. Chattanooga fans that have made the trip down here chanting the name of Eldin Jakupovic, and that has been a consistent chant for the fans at Finley Stadium and beyond all season long. Jakupovic, that his 105th save of 2025, and now it's Chattanooga's turn at a spell of possession. He acknowledged earlier in the week when reflecting on Chattanooga's upcoming opponents, he knows, as does Chattanooga, that this is a desperate Atlanta United team looking to stay in the playoff hunt, trying to match that desperation on the road as Chattanooga. Going on the road is an area that they have been very strong in. Unbeaten in 4 consecutive away fixtures, dating all the way back to June 15th. They own the second most road victories among Eastern Conference clubs this season, but it's Atlanta United asking questions again. Here's Santiago Pita. The give up out wide, edge of the area. Chong Kui drives it in front, pinballing around, and Jakupovic will sprawl on it again. A good switch here from Pita out wide to Chong Kui. It's an excellent service, flashing in the box. On the other end of it, Atlanta United too, continuing to knock on the door early. Rolled ahead, trying to find Yuval Cohen, former Inter Miami 2-man who came over to this club in August of 2025, being Chattanooga FC. A number of mid and late season acquisitions that Chattanooga have made. Able to keep the possession alive for a moment, headed down and away, and now turning on it is Santiago Pita, who had the assist on the eventual match winner over the weekend against Crown Legacy. Called the proving ground. You see it there on the right side of your screen, bordering around this pitch at Fifth Third Bank Stadium. And Jose Silva, interim manager for Atlanta United too, he had a lot of positive things to say about the play of players like Aditi Cibrian, like Santiago Pita this week, saying that despite their young age, they don't play like youngsters. There's a whistle here. Farrow muscled down by Yuval Cohen. Whistles were a rare occurrence in the March 2-2 draw between Chattanooga and Atlanta. No cards, only 5 fouls in that contest. Very free-flowing, rather, fixture. A lot of offensive opportunities. It's worked all the way ahead. That out of the reach. Carmichael over there. And a change of possession will occur via the throw-in. Despite the free-flowing nature to that last matchup back in March between these two clubs, all 4 goals in that match were scored in the second half. Chattanooga in the 64th and 87th minute. Meanwhile, Atlanta United 2 were able to bag 2 goals in the final 15, ultimately equalize the contest in 90+4 second half stoppage time. Well, Chattanooga has never won against Atlanta United 2. A brief series history, 2-0-2 in favor of the 17s. Chattanooga has 2 matches that have gone to penalty shootouts. They have been able to come away with the extra point both times, including in the earlier season fixture, as there's another whistle off the DA. Ransom gave it up. Jonathan Ransom, a current Atlanta United U18 Academy man. A player of the match day pick during the 2025 GA Cup earlier this season. Had some big performances for the Atlanta United Academy during the MLS Next GA Cup. Also named to the MLS Next All-Star game down in Austin, Texas earlier this year. It's Farid Sarsar. Sarsar has been a real crucial piece of this back line for Chris Nugent and company. Real Iron Man candidate this year, making his 26th start in as many appearances. Jakupovic will drive this one forward. The offside flag coming up, and that will wash out the opportunity for Chattanooga. It is a quick turnaround for the boys in blue. We're in action on Sunday. Now having to quickly turn around, hit the road, albeit a short road trip from Chattanooga to Atlanta. Dangerous give back here to Ransom. Handcuffed by it, has to clear it into the stands. Atlanta United, they acknowledged that they knew Chattanooga were going to be on tired legs coming into this match. 17's trying to make life difficult this evening and really put those weary legs to work with Chattanooga. Right now, it is Chattanooga FC, though, on the attack off the throw-in. Here's Robertson. To Gavin Turner. An acquisition from the DC United organization. They don't like their options on the right. Now Sarsar will swing it over to the left. Garvanyan trying to carry it along. Garvanyan now able to keep it alive. Pass cut out by Ronan Nguyen, Denver Pioneer. Given away by Chongqui. Counter-attack developing here for Cohen and Chattanooga. Helped along to the left, driven inside. It's Mangarov going for it, it's in! "11 minutes in, and Daniel Mangarov bar down for his 8th of the season. 1-0 Chattanooga. The press of Chattanooga FC forcing issues for Atlanta. A poor pass giving it away. and Mangarov doing the rest on the cutback pass. The rookie out of Virginia continuing to shine in his first season. Chris Nugent had acknowledged this week that Chattanooga, they'd have to be strong defensively to take down this talented Atlanta United team. That starts and ends with the way Chattanooga presses teams and to force them into mistakes, capitalizing on an early mistake from Atlanta United too. A dream start on the road for Chattanooga FC. They have been stout at home, 6 wins, points, at least 1 point in 10 of their 13 home fixtures. Just the second goal allowed now in the last 4 matches at home. And another takeaway, this time by Mangarov leading the charge. Helped along, here's Colin Thomas. Wake Forest Demon Deacon. 2 ACC players connecting there. He to Mangarov, driven in front. Laying on it is Ransom. Well in danger. A real strong start for Chattanooga. Not just capitalizing on their chances, which has been a theme, especially earlier in the year when Chattanooga went winless in 10. One of the things that Chris Nugent had said he wanted to see his team clean up as it steered back over to Ransom. Has to move to get it, and now has to just fling that out of play to take the heat off. But one of the things that Chris Nugent had said about Chattanooga, some of the little mistakes had compounded on themselves during that 10-match winless skid, and one of those areas that he wanted to see cleaned up was their ability to finish their chances. Felt like they were generating good chances as Chong Kui taken down again, and there's a whistle. It just felt like they weren't capitalizing enough on them. Say the shake free of Husakiewski. We say ahead, he's way up. Back forward, Chong Kui now. Thought about the give up, but Chattanooga FC right now defensively, almost 15 minutes in. When Atlanta makes a pass, there's at least one light blue shirt right in their face. Chattanooga not giving Atlanta United 2 right now. A lot of space and time to operate. Deflection, falls through. Here's Weah now, turning, firing. It's carried away. Bovic not getting a piece of it, does go off the side netting, so it's out for a goal clearance. Dangerous opportunity and just underscoring the type of performances that Weah has turned in down the stretch of the season. Had a chance to talk with Patrick Weah earlier in the year, and one of the things he said that, well, he has enjoyed his previous stops along the way in his career. He feels a lot more comfortable than anywhere else he's been down here with this Atlanta United organization. You're seeing that comfortability reflected in his late season performances. Thomas, slow to get back to his feet, takes a deflection out of play. And off to a DA will sound the whistle and motion for trainers on the pitch. Thomas, the 23-year-old native of Georgia, making his 14th appearance of the season, 7th start. His appearance in the first 11 on the pitch, but early on in this contest, slow to get back to his feet. He's looking at that lower left leg of Colin Thomas. Chattanooga FC already off to a flying start on the front foot. Cohen able to swing it over to Callum Watson, and then the cut back inside. Daniel Mangarov able to get free in a telephone booth. Needs just a sliver of daylight, beating Jonathan Ransom and sending Chattanooga FC into an early lead on the road. The injury stoppage continues here for Colin Thomas as the trainers help him up to his feet. Thomas able to walk across the boundary line over on that far side of the pitch under his own power, but as you can see there on the left side of the frame, very labored. There is movement on the Chattanooga sideline as Keegan Anselin, the former West Florida man at the collegiate level, was warming up, and Anselin will come on the pitch. Colin Thomas unable to continue on. An early change made by Chattanooga due to injury as Colin Thomas will come off.
Colin Thomas entering the match, number 26, Keegan Anselin.
Things will get back going off the extended stoppage due to the injury to Colin Thomas with a Chattanooga FC throw-in. Find Cohen on that toss and instead hacked back down by Atlanta United 2. Now a collision. We'll draw a whistle from our center referee, and it is a free kick for Chattanooga FC. You do see those light blue flags flying on the left side of the screen. A number of Chattanooga fans making the trek down, and it is something that Chris Nugent and company have reiterated throughout the year. They feel so supported by the fan base with this club. More on that in a moment. Cohen, he'll knife it ahead. Here's Mangarov at the end line, wants the service. Couldn't corral it in at the last moment, and instead out it goes for a goal kick to Jonathan Ransom. Right now, Chattanooga, though, they are finding gaps in those interior channels of Atlanta United 2. Looking up the near side to Chong Kui. Pass the best. Had some issues with it, and now Mazzaferro just has to put a left foot into it. Take the pressure off. It won't make its way to the halfway line. The ball steered forward by Robertson, but out of the reach of Cohen, and Ransom will fly in to grab that. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Emory Healthcare. So far, 21 minutes in, Chattanooga FC, they have been able to come on the road and early on dictate the tone and the tempo of this contest. See Colin Thomas there on the left side of your screen, finally making his way over toward the Chattanooga sideline. This pass back over to Jakupovic, who will quickly steer it away from any danger. Probing ball forward here for the boys in blue. Robertson Tried to lay it off to Mangarov. Right there was Dominic Chongqui coming up with the takeaway. Pass to Weesay, not on target. Brown looking for the interchange on the right, trying to find Gavin Turner. Instead reclaimed by Atlanta United 2. Driven forward, Ransom off his line. Grab that away from Tate Robertson. Another goal for Chattanooga FC on the road, now that their 26th road goal scored this season. They came in, 65% of their goal scoring output in 2025 has been scored away from Finley Stadium. Nearly given away here, some issues at the back for Ronan Wynn. Finally wrangle that ball back down. Once again, the clearance not deep enough for Atlanta United 2. Now we have a whistle. Fans here at Fifth Third Stadium, their displeasure be known. Again on the attack is Chattanooga FC, trying to lump that forward, but into an empty space. Ransom will walk out to grab that. Jude. That one ahead. Got away initially from way up. Weesay able to pick it up. Now here's Ronan Wynn. One of the things that Jose Silva had said, he identified it as a key to victory for Atlanta United 2. Telling his team this week, be patient, acknowledging how stout Chattanooga's defensive block can be, especially on this end of things. Weesay fight his way inside, and Garvanyan just muscling him right off the ball. Brown surveys. Now Brown lifts it ahead, racing free. Here's Turner now on the right. Options for Turner. The cutback falls out the other side. Driven from distance, goes sailing into the stands. Once again, Chattanooga able to find openings right and left-hand channels. That time Turner, a world of daylight on the right-hand side. Keegan Anselin having a go. Additionally, it's Atlanta United, a team that's able to exploit those wide areas. This Atlanta United 2 side, because the synergy that exists within the organization, they do try to play very stylistically similar to Atlanta United's first team, and Ronnie Dela, their manager. And that is one of the core tenets of Atlanta United at the MLS level. Just the possession and the build-up, wanting to be good in wide channels. His way through was Wynn. They're going to slide it across. Here's Majub, who steps up into space. Forward, Chongqui tries to stand up across, blocked away, and it falls right back to Chongqui. Wynn goes back forward. Weesay gliding right into Milo Garvanyan, and that will draw a whistle. Setting Atlanta United up with a free kick. This has been an area that the 17s have excelled in over the last bit of the season. 9th most free kicks won in MLS Next Pro this year. They've scored 4 free kick goals in the last 630 minutes. Closing in on that half-hour mark played, and Atlanta United trying to pull back level at home. Hovers over it, as does Ryan Carmichael. There's 5 goal contributions to his credit this year. Carmichael backs off, and it will be Gabriel Weesay 16-year-old Liberian. DA trying to get everybody lined up in front of Weesay, who gets the all clear from our center referee. Weesay rolls it over to Pita. Served into the mixer, headed down, a reflex save made. Blocked off the goal line by Eldin Jakupovic, and finally cleared away by Chattanooga FC. Another excellent stop from their netminder. His 25th start of the season. Goal line stops and saves haunting Atlanta United too against Chattanooga this season. Back in the March meeting, they had an effort cleared off the goal line in the 14th minute. And here, the 27th minute, a good header down by Mazzaferro, and Jakupovic just flashing those gloves up, able to block it away. Then a foul not long after that save. Keegan Anselin whistled for it, and ultimately going into the book of Abdou Ndiaye for our first yellow of this fixture. Weesay, who concedes ground. Once again, Chattanooga holding that shape so well defensively. Ball Cohen there, pressing forward. That is one of the areas that Chris Nugent, he said that Ball Cohen brings so much to the team in so many aspects, but he's a willing presser. Helps set the tone for them defensively. The attacking half is Carmichael and Atlanta United too, but it's promptly given up. Deflected out of play, and the boys in blue will have a throw in. Across the 30-minute mark, an early strike from Chattanooga FC. And Daniel Mangarov, the 11th minute, at the difference maker to this juncture. Now Cohen, players colliding, and no whistles sounding. DA content to let things play out. Steers it forward, way up. Give it back up to Santiago Pita. And Santiago Pita will commit the foul, dragging Gavin Turner down. One of the areas that Chris Nugent, he had talked about following that draw against Carolina Core. He mentioned the possession numbers. He liked the fact that Chattanooga did have more of the ball. He did concede that Chattanooga FC, they don't need to have 70% possession, but the fact they were able to hold on to the ball in long spurts against the Foxes really took the teeth out of the attack of Donovan Ricketts' bunch. Company felt like Carolina Corps had very little momentum, really weren't able to pressure Chattanooga for long stretches of that contest. Very similar game developing here. Here's Atlanta though, gonna lift it in, looking for Weah, headed back to him. Gonna take the touch, the give up rolled toward Jakupovic, and Wise's effort is stopped. First half saves for Eldin Jakupovic. Now a takeaway here for Dominic Jonqui. Slid inside, way up, tries the cut back, and instead is dragged down. This will be another free kick. The first free kick for Atlanta United 2 minutes ago. The attacking half was some distance out, a bit sharper of an angle. This is very promising for Carmichael, Wise, the rest of the 17s. Here is Jose Silva keyed in on for Atlanta United 2 was how good Chattanooga can be on set pieces where to take those opportunities away and in turn create more opportunities for themselves. So doing some of that. Carmichael, the offering, booted over the bar and out. Right now, Chattanooga FC just 2 shots, 1 on target. It's the only one that's gone past Jonathan Ransom. Despite that, despite the 60% possession right now for Atlanta United 2, it still does have that feeling that Chattanooga are in control. This one guided forward. Watson, he goes down. And DA says no foul. And the real work begins here for Atlanta United, trying to clear the lines here. Weight of a lot of pressure right now. Turner almost comes up with a takeaway. Carmichael wants to go forward with it. Mangarov able to keep it in that far boundary line. So Yuval Cohen, 90 in light blue, now closing in on the center of your screen. He is leading the way on this press, this high line for Chattanooga FC. Lise able to get past Mangarov, now trying to carve his way back into the midfield. Over, way up, gets rid of it. Reach of Wise, reclaimed though by Cooper Sanchez. Lifted back inside. Knocked away by Sarsar once more. It's been a very physical first 35 minutes and change that we've seen. Just moments ago, Abdou and DA, despite protests, another opportunity, another moment rather, where no whistle was given. In, forward, way up. Quick whistle that time. Wanted to move a bit quicker with it. DA will slot it forward. And here's Cooper Sanchez, who will back off the ball. Sanchez, a handful of players that have seen minutes for Atlanta United 2 this season. That was in the match day roster for Atlanta United over the weekend in MLS action against San Diego FC in that 1-1 draw. It was just now 2 match weeks ago that Sanchez made his MLS debut. They're back underway. Here's Sanchez, drives it toward goal, headed down, falls right to Weah. Patrick Weah can't tightrope that end line. Out it goes. Another opportunity fizzles out for Atlanta United too. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Gallagher. Steer forward to Anselin. Doubling Anselin up, still he was able to get rid of it. And now here's Yuval Cohen. Another area that Chris Nugent praised Yuval Cohen in following that draw against Core FC's hold-up play. His way over to Turner. Now working on the left-hand side. Kuski. Now Watson. Looking to walk it forward. Looking to reset things now. Back to Luke Kuski, the North Carolina native. Give up from Kuski over to Turner. He'll swing it forward. Mangarov was trying to leave it off for Yuval Cohen. All over it though was Atlanta United too. Now into the attack is Santiago Pita. More whistles here from Abdou Ndiaye. Another card will come out of the pocket of our center referee. That's 2 Chattanooga players in this first 45 minutes who have been booked. Keegan Ansel in the other. Robertson. Safe to say he is displeased. 3 in blue with that booking. A look at it again. Pita trying to charge forward with it. Robertson flying in on a late arriving defensive run. Ultimately, Santiago Pita goes tumbling down to the natural grass surface here at Fifth Third Stadium. Weah steers it out wide, glancing header over. Weah finding Carmichael into the mixer. Knocked down by Majub. Wanted to set up Chongqui, edge of the 18. Instead, it's Yuval Cohen again, pouncing on it. Take the pressure off, albeit for just a brief moment. Here's Santiago Pita again. Maneuvering. Weah sliding around to give and go. Back to Weah now. Weah in front, claimed by Jakupovic. Be hard pressed to find a better goalkeeper at the MLS Next Pro level than Eldin Jakupovic. It's the total package over to Chattanooga in terms of his big save ability, claim those crosses. So much great experience in his career. Hull City, Leicester City. Some brief stints with Everton, Leyton Orient. National caps for Switzerland as well. Now here is Gavin Turner, knifing around. Turner's effort blocked. Sanchez stuck in was Mangarov. Frantic situation right now defensively for Atlanta United. Chattanooga quickly turning the field on its head, and here's Robertson. Going forward with it, knocked away by Carmichael. Weah will pick the pieces up for Atlanta United too. What a defensive effort there from Garvanyan. A run down Gabriel Weah, win it back. We have another stoppage here. Jakupovic will come out to restart play off the free kick, and he does exactly that. One of the areas going all the way back to the beginning of the season for Chattanooga FC. We have seen the boys in blue try to do this a handful of times so far in this opening 45 minutes, but Chris Nugent had said that trying to find ways to get a bit more vertical this season, he felt like would unlock the true potential of the attack for Chattanooga in 2025. On that in a moment. Rolled ahead here, Santiago Pita. A step past the defender, now cuts back inside on Yusakuski. Stopped by Jakupovic again. Out it goes, and a corner conceded. Jakupovic, fourth save of the opening half. It sets Atlanta United up with what will be their third corner of the first 45. Well, Carmichael can angle this one in. More whistles. Abdu and DA. That's been sorted out. Carmichael will trigger this in. Driven back stick by Carmichael. Balls to Sanchez. Looping wide and out. Of the 7 shots for Atlanta United in this opening half, 4 of them have gone off the target. Chattanooga have also been able to block 1 shot. Off the head of Anselin, rolling ahead. Here's Yuval Cohen now. Robertson surveys. Back with Mangarov, who gives it up to Robertson. Has support in Mangarov and finds him. Rolled back ahead. Robertson now. Plenty of daylight. Robertson's cross into the box. By Atlanta United 2. Here's Santiago Pita now. Battling. Ultimately falling down to his feet, and this will be another card, this time shown to Daniel Mangarov. So it's Robertson, Anselin, and Mangarov who have all been booked in this opening half now for Chattanooga.
The fourth official has indicated there will be
officially 4 minutes of added time at the end of this opening half. Right as Atlanta United were ready to restart things. Another whistle, and now they will restart things. Sanchez lifts one ahead. Chankwi will pull it down on the move. Jube over to Mazzaferro. Now Ronan Wynn. Weesay pulling the strings over on that far corner of the box. Still Weesay again. Weesay blocked. Carmichael able to scoop it up though and keep the pressure on here for Atlanta. Weesay again trying to step inside past Garvanyan, and Garvanyan, he can't believe it, incensed. He has to be careful, he could be booked here, and he will be. Milo Garvanyan shown yellow. He was apoplectic after the whistle had sounded, was pleading with Abdu and DA. that it was his jersey being tugged on. And now other Chattanooga players asking for an explanation. Fareed Sarsar, the Chattanooga captain, having a spirited word with NDA. Put back into play, headed toward goal, wide of it. And just for good measure, Keegan Anselin will thump it out. It does, though, concede another corner here late in this opening half to Atlanta United 2. Despite their excellence on set pieces this season, just one of their 7 set-piece goals have come off of corners. Minute of added time. Carmichael drives it in, bouncing around, it falls to Sanchez! Wide once more from Cooper Sanchez. Atlanta has done a good job on their set pieces of creating a lot of traffic in that penalty area, getting numbers into the box. Just haven't been able to capitalize on it. Again, another effort going wide. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Adidas. Kapovic drives it ahead on the goal clearance to resume play. Seconds away from the halftime whistle from Abdu Ndiaye. Seconds away from Chattanooga taking a 1-0 advantage into the halftime dressing room. Husakiewski trying to stay on his feet, unable to do so. And now Husakiewski goes down. He and Cooper Sanchez were really hand-checking each other. All right, Husakiewski is down, clutching at his face, and a yellow card will come out. Chattanooga FC motioning for the training staff to come out as Husakiewski is still down. And Abdu Ndiaye, he has got to find a way to grab control back of this contest. These last 10 minutes have been exceptionally physical. The end of this opening 45 devolving into chaos. Husakiewski all set to stay in. Looked at very briefly by the trainers. And meanwhile, Chattanooga FC will converge around the ball. A free kick in the dying embers of this opening half. Chattanooga starting the contest out with an 11th minute goal, and they've held firm defensively since. Despite a barrage of shots from Atlanta. Robertson boots it ahead. Initial effort flubbed. Sarsar cuts it over to Brown. Now Mangarov! Just before the expiration of the half, Mangarov sailing it wide, and we've reached the break in Kennesaw, Georgia. Our score at the half, 1-0 Chattanooga FC. This week, we pay a visit to NYCFC, and we start with manager Matt Pilkington. We asked Matt about his long tenure with the club and their philosophy in bringing along the next generation of great players in the Big Apple.
For Matt Pilkington, leading New York City FC 2 isn't just about wins. It's about building players, shaping culture, and representing the city itself.
I got into coaching an early age. I got into coaching while I was still playing, and it was always a passion, so something I've done for a long time. And then the pathway to NYCFC was when they were forming their academy. They were exploring options for different roles, different people. So I spoke with Claudio Reyna before the academy was established, and I knew it was a potential option if I continue to develop and continue to grow as a coach. And so I made the switch to the club around 10 years ago now.
His coaching is shaped by his own playing days and creating sessions that are as competitive as the matches themselves.
Yeah, I think I learned a lot from coaches. I also learned what, as a player, I preferred and try to impact that in how I coach to ensure that it's player-led and it's high energy, it's competitive, lots of games involved, lots of action to goal. So, I try and really encourage to make the trainings as exciting for the players as possible, and just constantly try and find ways to innovate and challenge them. But ultimately, they want to compete, they want to learn, they want to play. So try and encourage that as much as we can into our sessions, whilst develop them as players and whilst trying to create a methodology that aligns with our identity.
That identity carries over into the team's style of play: attacking, aggressive, and entertaining.
Yeah, I think we're very attack-minded. We want to control the ball as much as we can, and without the ball, we want to be aggressive. We want to defend high. We want to be brave in how we jump, and sometimes get into a man-to-man structure, and then ultimately control our defensive shape so that we can create opportunities and counterattacks. So, to be quite versatile in our play in a variety of areas, and with the ball looking to be creative, looking to progress, looking to create chances, score goals, create numerical advantages in situations that can allow us to do that. High tempo, we want to play with high tempo and intensity, and we want to make it exciting for the players to play within, and the fans, the people watching, to enjoy the game.
For Pilkington, development means more than the 90 minutes. It's about building people as well as players.
Yeah, I think it's an important role. It's one we don't underestimate. It's not just in the training, but it's in the meetings. It's in how they function as individuals. We're trying to grow individuals as people as well as players. We put a lot of emphasis on the time we spend with them and trying to maximize as much as we can. We really stress them in the environment. We try and meet as much as we can. We try to do as many extras as we can. We're really trying to overload them with as much information as we can. And we realize these new generation of players, they're able to take on more, and they're very holistic in their learning. So we do a lot of individual meetings, unit meetings, team meetings. We do a lot of extra work on the field, a lot of extra work with certain individuals within the training. And we're constantly trying to push their development by stressing them as much as we can, increasing their load and their game understanding as the game evolves. So we have a great staff here who spend a lot of time off the field as well, in the gym, developing their individual physical states, the rehab side to get them fresh to go again. We really push the envelope in training. We try and train as much as we can, and a big part of it is how we piece that all together with the individual in mind, but the team dynamic. So everyone has kind of a different role within the team, and the objective is to push players through to the next level.
That philosophy also extends to team culture, one built and rooted in New York.
Yeah, I think we want to try and represent the city in how diverse we can be. So we have players from all kinds of different backgrounds. Historically, we've had the vast majority from the New York area. We pivoted a little bit this year with some draftees. We really look to recruit locally and to recruit from our academy and to bring players in. The culture identity of the team, I think, has to represent New York, so we're looking to do that as much as we can. And it's something that we're very much aware of, even with our academy, having players from different backgrounds, different parts of the city, different parts of New York and other surrounding states.
Even through ups and downs, the focus remains the same: growth.
Yeah, I think we've had our ups and downs, like a lot of teams. We have certain moments where we're really strong and really effective. We've had moments where we've struggled, maybe with a little bit of depth and some performances. So we're constantly having to push the guys, strive for more and push really the development side.
It's a philosophy forged over years, and one he'd share with his younger self.
Absorb as much information as possible, try as many new things, try different formations, different systems, put yourself in different environments to learn as much as you can, to study the game from an analytical point of view earlier, and just to try and create a whole package of what a coach needs to be in the modern game. Even the mental side of the game is quite important, the psychological side of the game. With the management of the team and leading a team, I think is more and more important these days.
I know I'm really attractive. I'm hanging on like a fridge to a magnet. It's a jigsaw with all the right pieces. You and me, we go good together. You and I go good together. You and I, we go good together. We go good together.
Action.
Welcome back. Let's stay in New York and meet a young player who's achieved a lot of success at a very young age. Midfielder, Maximo Carrizo.
Hi, my name is Maximo Carrizo. I'm a number 10 center attacking mid, and I play for NYCFC too.
Carrizo scores!
Land ball out of the back, and it could be a chance here, and there's goal number 1, and it's Maximo Carrizo. It's going to be a chance for Carrizo! Maximo Carrizo with a beauty of a finish.
Carrizo's story begins at home. With parents from Argentina, he grew up in a household where soccer was a way of life.
Both my parents are from Argentina, so there was kind of no option. They're crazy fanatics for the game, and ever since I could walk, I just started kicking the ball with my dad, and it was definitely a big soccer house, and I think playing in the backyard every day with my brothers was something that really helped me develop and really gave me that love for the game.
That backyard passion became something bigger and would take him to NYCFC's academy.
I started playing for a local MLS Next team called FC Westchester. From there, I got scouted by NYCFC for the U12 team, and ever since then, I went through the whole academy till I was 14. Then I signed my first pro contract, having to sacrifice, obviously, family time, time with your friends, time with your family, but also something that I've learned is being mentally strong, that knowing it's not going to be a linear way up. There's going to be bumps along the way, and you just have to do your best to push through and not let anything get in the way of your success.
Carrizo's game reflects his roots, a dual identity that defines his style on the pitch.
I like to say I'm very attacking, very direct. I try to be the difference maker. I like to get goals, like to get assists, and I also like to lead on the field. The Argentine grit, I think, is definitely represented in the way that I play. Also the flashiness, the way that I dribble, the way that I look for passes is very Argentine, but then again, I also have the American, work rate and the never give up mentality.
That blend of talent and mentality led to history. In March 2022, Carrizo became the youngest player ever to sign a professional contract in Major League Soccer, a milestone years in the making.
I think it was obviously a surreal moment. I always knew that I was going to be a pro soccer player. I never expected it to be this early, but to to have been able to accomplish that was just a big moment for me and my family.
Now, MLS Next Pro is sharpening his game, preparing him for the challenges of the top level and giving him moments to shine.
Yeah, I think Next Pro has been extremely helpful to my development, introducing me to the pro game and getting me used to the physicality of playing with older players.
Playing with Maxi is actually, like, it makes my job easier. Like, he'll find me. He's an exciting player. Scores any assist, so he's an important player.
I think the most memorable moment was playing in our only playoff match with the second team. I think the environment, even though we didn't win, it was just a great experience to be able to compete with some of the best players in Next Pro.
The bad ball out of the back, and it could be a chance here, and there's goal number 1, and it's Maximo Carrizo.
And there is the opener, Maximo Carrizo, just 17, clinical finish with his left foot.
I've seen a massive shift in his maturity level and his understanding of his role within the team, even as a leadership role, which is for such a young player is quite impressive. And he's been very impactful in the games with us this season. He's obviously had minutes with the first team and he's really pushing. So, when he comes in, he has a real competitive drive. He wants to win. So he raises the level, he raises the energy, he raises the tempo, the expectations. He's done really well so far with us this season and we've seen a lot of growth.
Beyond the club, Carrizo represents the U.S. Under-17 national team alongside other standouts in MLS Next Pro.
I think it means everything to be able to represent my country and my family on the international stage is something that everyone dreams of. I think it was a surreal feeling. I think when you see that jersey is when it first hits that you're really playing for your country and you're representing everyone back home, and it was just a great accomplishment for me and my family.
This season, Carrizo's journey reached another milestone. His Major League Soccer debut, alongside fellow homegrown Seymour Reed.
And now the changes for New York City, and Pascal Janssen will turn to a pair of 17-year-olds and says to them, help us get out of here with a result tonight. Seymour Reed and Maximo Carrizo will come into the match for New York City.
From the backyard to the bright lights of MLS, Maximo Carrizo is just beginning to write his story.
We're back in Georgia after we complete match week 29. Only decision day is left on the MLS Next Pro schedule. A chance to take a look at that MLS Next Pro schedule. It's Chattanooga on top 1-0 over Atlanta United 2. Big contest in the Eastern Conference on Thursday between FC Cincinnati 2 and Columbus Crew 2. The heck is plausible derby as the Garys of FC Cincinnati 2 trying to fight for their postseason lives in the East, trailing not just Atlanta United 2, but NYCFC Orlando City B in that playoff hunt. Meanwhile, New England Revolution 2, that contest against Crown Legacy, that could have wide-ranging impacts on Chattanooga FC and their chase trying to get into the top 4 spot. Chattanooga, that magic number, just about 8 points earned over their final 3 matches would help Chattanooga FC get into a top 4 spot. As for our contest at hand, featuring the Boys in Blue and Atlanta United 2, let's catch you up on how we got to this point with our halftime highlights. Chattanooga, in the early moments of the contest, they were asking all the questions, and Daniel Mangarov had all the answers. Bar down, in past Ransom in the 11th minute, surging Chattanooga in front, 1-0. But Atlanta United 2, they then would come down the pitch and start turning the screws of their own. First, Patrick Weah whistles it wide. Then later in the half, Gavin Turner driving forward. His pass falls out the other side. Keegan Anselin would have a go from distance, and that went flying into the seats. Off a free kick, Wiese cuts it over. Carmichael, one of the best saves of the night from Eldin Jakupovic, and there have been plenty in this contest, blocking it off the line and keeping Chattanooga out in front. Then off a corner, falling to the top of the area, pushed wide by Cooper Sanchez, and that is where we stand through 45 minutes of play. 1-0 in favor of Chattanooga as we take a look at our halftime stats. Atlanta United 2, 10 shots, 3 have gone on target. 3 saves in the opening 45 minutes for Eldin Jakupovic, but it's more about the efforts that went off target for Atlanta United. You saw one there at the end of that highlight package from Cooper Sanchez. 5 shots going off target for Atlanta United too. They've had their chances. They just have not been able to take those chances. They're going to walk away from that opening half feeling a bit downtrodden and frustrated with their own efforts. Meanwhile, Chattanooga, they have been content to sit back defensively and absorb a lot of pressure from Atlanta United too. It's been a bend, but don't break mentality so far for Chris Nugent's Bunts, trying to salt away the final 45 minutes here in Kennesaw and hang on for what would be win number 12 of 2025. Back inside Fifth Third Bank Stadium alongside our Season Pass crew. I'm Jake Griffith, glad to have you with us.
Substitution, exiting the match, number 8, Callum Watson. Coming into the match, number 27, Nick Mendonca. And fans for your Atlanta United 2, exiting the match, number 48, Cooper Sanchez.
That man there at the bottom of your screen, Chris Nugent, and Chattanooga FC right now in command of this contest on the road. Trying to run their unbeaten streak to 6 consecutive. They did it earlier this season. Would be tied with that 6-match unbeaten run for the longest unbeaten stretch of play in Chattanooga FC's MLS NEXT Pro history. They came into this contest owners of the longest active unbeaten stretch of play among Eastern Conference teams by virtue of New England's loss over the weekend to FC Cincinnati 2. Their 7-match unbeaten run coming to an end. Abdou Ndiaye sounds the whistle. The second half is underway in Kennesaw, Georgia. Changes for both teams at the half. First, for Atlanta United 2, Cooper Sanchez will come off. Javier Armas will come on, the Spaniard with 6 goal contributions on the season. Meanwhile, Callum Watson off. On comes Nick Mendonca for Chattanooga FC. Mendonca, the former MLS NEXT Pro champion with North Texas a season ago. Here is the aforementioned Javier Armas, the one change at the break for Atlanta, who is in the black with the red stripes on the front, Chattanooga in the blue. Cyprian able to reset things to Toto Majub, and Atlanta United content to build things out from the back, try to draw in that press of Chattanooga. Doing so here, Armas looking to switch it out wide. Majub rolls it ahead. Here's Santiago Pita. Now Pita. Long pass forward. Armas will run it down. Rather, that is Carmichael. Cut it back inside, and no one on the receiving end for Atlanta United 2. Jose Silva preaching patience this week in the final third for Atlanta United 2, especially when Chattanooga shifts into that low block defensively. They're so stout in and around the box. We've seen the way that they've been able to handle in that first half, the amount of bodies, especially on set pieces, that Atlanta was content to throw inside. Now Chong Kui just throwing Tate Robertson down. And Abdou Ndiaye will walk over and have a brief word with Chong Kui. It was a physical first half in that opening 45, one that was, especially in the final 10 minutes of it, truly awash in yellow. 5 total bookings, 4 against Chattanooga, 1 against Atlanta. It is Chattanooga on the attack. Robertson going to play it forward, takes a deflection, falls to Mangarov, inside Anselin. Skies it out of play. At the 6th shot of the evening for Chattanooga FC. First of the second half. In the second half against Carolina Core, boys in blue were held without a shot on target. Despite that, were to, as we saw in the first half, for them to absorb a lot of pressure, that time from the Foxes, as this rolled forward, trying to find way up. As through one half of play, despite his torrid pace he's on over these last 7 weeks, been neutralized somewhat by this Chattanooga FC defense. He's been well marked all evening long. John Cui back ahead. Santiago Pita back to Chong Kui inside, looking for the interchange, back to Chong Kui, and they find him. Dominic Chong Kui fiddles it wide. Must deflect it out, so it will be a corner. 5th of the night, first of the second half for Atlanta United, too. And patience is the goal around the box for Atlanta United. That a good example of why they should be. A good interchange. Able to find Chong Kui streaking inside. Weisei will trot over. They have the short option, and they play it to him on the set piece. Weisei shuffling at the byline again. Still Weisei in front. Deflected. Falls out. It's Pita! Once again, Atlanta United struggling to put shots on Eldin Jakupovic. He may be a save machine, but it won't matter if they're not heading in his direction, if you're not truly testing him. Putting some pressure on Jakupovic. Clear to that halfway line. One back initially by Atlanta, and now they will settle on things. Mazzaferro will come up with it. Turned over though. Atlanta struggled a bit with that in the first half, of not being able to hang on to the ball as much as they would like, despite 60% possession in that opening 45 minutes. Mendonça able to come up with it again. Robertson will roll it forward. Here's Anselin. He's double back. Now he and Toto Maju battling there on that far touchline. Maju was hounded by Keegan Anselin. Has to hack that one out of play. But a much-deserved ovation from the traveling contingent of Chattanooga fans. Keegan Anselin had to come on early due to the injury to Colin Thomas. Anselin has come up with some important defensive plays, that being one of them for Chattanooga FC. They win a throw-in. And DA wags the finger and says no foul. Ransom will pick things up. Atlanta ahead. Here's Way Up running it down. Sarsar locking down that outside channel so effectively. This has been, to this juncture, the embodiment of a team performance so far for Chattanooga. The don't break is the phrase that comes to mind. They have been content to concede some ground, concede some possession to Atlanta United to the tune of 12 shots, 4 on target. But once Atlanta has gotten in across the halfway line and into the final third, as they're back on it now, there hasn't been many options. Weisei gonna cut past Sarsar and does. Here's Weisei roaming around, played in front, still free, flub clearance, shot from Armas. Again, goes sailing high. Nice setup here from Weesay, just forcing the issue, driving his way inside. Javier Armas having more than just a go at that one, driving that one all the way into the parking lot. Distribution from Jakupovic, intercepted here, one back by Atlanta. Now Armas is trying to find that square ball, almost gave it up, was able to atone for the mistake. And here's Santiago Pita. Pita roaming around, and there's a whistle. In the first half, Atlanta United, too, they had 4 free kicks in the attacking half of things. 4 corners as well. No shortage of set-piece opportunities for Jose Silva's team. But as has been the case with their chances in the run of play, have not been able to make the most of them. That's been a frustrating evening at the office for the Atlanta offense. We say shadows over it. We say low, driven in. Promptly cleared away by Chattanooga. And Mangarov will just poke it further clear. Tactical shift so far in this second half for Chattanooga FC. In that first half, especially in those opening 15-20 minutes, they were content to throw bodies forward, trying to press Atlanta high. Meanwhile, Atlanta comes up with it. Chongqui inside, turning, Weah, still Weah. Knocked off his boots and cleared away. Now Mangarov will peel it back over. And Logan Brown will send it all the way back down. Weesay driving forward with it. Here's Weesay, still bouncing around. Carmichael, able to steer free of a would-be tackle from Garvagnan. Now cut back post. Robertson to Anselin, trying to turn. Ends up firing that out of play. Will give the Chattanooga defense a breather, and now more changes made here for the boys in blue.
Chattanooga FC substitution in the 57th minute, exiting the match, number 90, Yuval Cohen.
Yuval Cohen will come off. And the native of Honduras, Darwin Ortiz, will come on. Playing his first minutes since August 9th against Orlando City B. Came on late in that contest as a substitute. Chris Nugent and Chattanooga continue to go deep into their bench. 3 matches in an 8-day span. Long toss in to resume play from Chongqui, and we have another whistle. Managing that rest was something that Chris Nugent had in mind earlier this week. I had a chance to catch up with him ahead of this Atlanta United fixture. He did say that, especially for this contest, because of the somewhat short distance, that does help with the strain of travel. Mangarov operating on the left. Saw it even in their last contest against Carolina core Nathan Kohler, a player who, especially since he's come over in April of this year from Prescott Cables over in the United Kingdom, he's played a ton of minutes, but he came off at the half. That's something we can talk about after that contest, wanting to manage the strain and the workload of the players. Offside flag comes up. Atlanta thought they had restarted play. Now doing DA has other ideas. Play officially restarted though. forward. Here's Carmichael. He'll stand up across. Not the best of services. Was trying to find way up. Instead, found Tate Robertson for Chattanooga FC. Now Ortiz will give it back up to Robertson. Tate Robertson able to win a throw-in. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Emory Healthcare. Another whistle sounds from Abdou Ndiaye. And similar to the errant shots tonight from Atlanta United that have gone off the target, the whistles from our center referee have also been a consistent theme this evening. Chattanooga surveying their options here on this free kick in the attacking half. Robertson and Sarsar and Mangarov over it. Sarsar will back off. It'll be Robertson. Lifts it into a crowd, falls back to Ortiz, who drives that into the bleachers behind Jonathan Ransom. We'll have a goal kick. Wynn will play it forward. Wiese, former Philadelphia Union Academy man, is Gabriel Wiese before making the jump over to the Atlanta United Academy. Losing ground here is Atlanta United too. Anselin, he is carrying a yellow in this contest, and Abdou Ndiaye has not been shy about handing them out. That time will come away unbooked, and play resumes. Wiese looking to roll Weah through, and too much weight behind that pass. Will come to rest out of play. Over an hour played as the glancing header forward will fall out of play. Off the top of the head of Keegan Anselin and quickly thrown back in by Ronan Wynn. .38 in black there on the left side of the screen. Flanking Sal Mazzaferro. Was called earlier this season up to the New Zealand U20 national team camp. Another face in the Atlanta United 2 squad has seen minutes this year as Ransom will steer that one out of play. Luke Brennan, who was also called up to his respective U20 national team for the FIFA U20 World Cup. That will get kicked off later this weekend. Luke Brennan called to the US U20 national team for their run of play down in Chile. Those matches get going on Saturday. The aforementioned Ronan Wynn, the native of New Zealand. He's not the only player in MLS NEXT Pro who will don a Kiwi shirt. Troy Putt for Minnesota United, called up to the U20 national team of New Zealand. That pass a bit too long, brings play to a stop, and that will give Atlanta United a chance to mix things up. Jose Silva will look to the 17-year-old Aiden Torres, and Moises Tablante, former FC Cincinnati 2-man. I'd say to them, help us get back into this contest and on the score sheet. Tablante especially, the team leader in chances created this season, 7 goal contributions, and he's a player that Jose Silva had said a few weeks ago that he has arguably been Atlanta United 2's most important player. They love to use him in this role where he comes on in the second half. And Silva said that he's really embraced that role. He was a real heavy hitter with FC Cincinnati 2 a season ago. Ball just coming over to that far touchline, looking for Tablante, who can't corral it in, and it will be a Chattanooga FC throw. The aforementioned Tablante, though, he's a player also that Jose Silva is very familiar with. They both crossed over when Tablante was in the Atlanta United Academy, which is where Jose Silva started his professional coaching journey after spending time at the collegiate level with Lindenwood University Belleville. Issues here for Chattanooga, trying to clear things away. Ends up rolling out of play in front of the aforementioned Silva and quickly thrown back in by the 17s. Wynn will walk it forward. Ahead to Carmichael now. Inside, he finds Wiese, looking to switch it. Tablante. Going at Robertson, drives it to the near post. Ultimately will go rolling out, and Chattanooga will have another throw. That, though, a bit more in line with what Atlanta tries to do offensively. They do borrow tactics from Ronnie Dela and the Atlanta United first team, and you watch Atlanta United line up in MLS action on any given weekend on Season Pass, and you'll see a lot of switching passes from Atlanta United. They've tried to do that tonight, but Chattanooga's had good coverage underneath and in behind, taking that aspect of the game away from Atlanta United too. Being able to play as much of an aerial game as they would like. Wiese now takes the pass. Wiese cuts it in front. Knocked down by Chattanooga, and Mangarov again will hook it out of play. Pressure really starting to build on this end of things. There's been some one-way traffic since the clock rolled over to the second half. Chattanooga, they have had their looks, 2 shots, but 60% possession so far for Atlanta. As Tablante driving ahead. Here's Tablante again, wanting to cross once more. Clearance blocked away by Majub. Majub knocked off the ball by Robertson. Gonna put a right foot into that and send it all the way back. On the attack once more, Tablante, he'll slide it inside. Armas will feed it back to Tablante. The service in, batted away by Jakupovic, using all of that 6'3" frame. A player for Atlanta United too, immediately going down. And it is Santiago Pita. '17s will ready a change. Chattanooga, meanwhile, readying a trifecta of changes.
Number 40. Santiago Pita entering
Santiago Pita will come off. Rodrigo Neri will come on. An offensive-minded change made. Midfielder off, striker on in Neri, who he himself leads the team in shots on target. Meanwhile, it is a pair of changes. It said a trifecta. Math is not my strong suit. Nonetheless, changes set to come on for Chattanooga FC as play resumes, and those changes will have to wait for the boys in blue. Torres fighting through challenges. They do get it forward. We say advantage played. Here's we say toward goal, stopped by Jakupovic. This portion of the broadcast is sponsored by Gallagher. Collision in the midfield. We'll see Abdou Ndiaye whistle for a stoppage. And now Chattanooga will have a chance to make those aforementioned changes. Stevie Louis-Jean and Nathan Kohler will both come on.
Chattanooga FC substitution in the 70th minute. Exiting the match, number 18, Luke Ruzakowski.
Like for like changes for Chris Nugent.
Louis-Jean.
A midfielder and a defender coming off, a midfielder and a defender going on. And Louis-Jean and Kohler respectively. Stevie Louis-Jean, though, he brings a lot to the table defensively in terms of his player profile. One of the team's leading tacklers per 90 minutes. Former Austin FC 2 man. Robertson sends it forward, and play is back underway. Louis-Jean trying to lay it off over to Mangarab, just couldn't keep it in the lines of play. And Tablante will have the throw. Now more whistles here. Abdou Ndiaye will bring a halt to this match. It has been stormy and inclement in the area in Kennesaw, Georgia. And both teams will be ushered off the pitch officially in a lightning delay in Kennesaw, Georgia. In the 71st minute, Chattanooga FC leading Atlanta United 2. We are in a weather delay here at Fifth Third Stadium.
This copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.